to consolidating all the receipts and obtaining them from all the employees and commissioners, that we also have this employee that audits the receipts as well. So I am confident that this finding will be resolved in fiscal year 23. You will see a significant change from prior year to current year due to the transfer of the State Fire Marshal's office. So there were some significant changes there. Also a significant change in fiscal year 22 was the implementation of GASB 87. GASB 87 was a new accounting pronouncement that had been delayed due to COVID that now requires us to recognize our lease agreements on the face of our financial statements and amortize them over the lifetime of the lease. So our biggest one was the building, of course. So that is also a significant change in fiscal year 22. And I'm not going to go too in depth. You all should have received an electronic copy of the financials, but I'm happy to stand for any questions, Madam Chair, if anyone has specific questions for me.
Thank you very much, Miranda. I really appreciate your thoroughness of work and presentation too. Does anybody have any questions for Miranda? Well, hearing none, it looks like you're off the hook, Miranda.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Thank you, Wayne, as well. Okay, so moving on to our next presentation. This is one I put on the agenda. This is a presentation by Spencer Lotz, and he is a law intern working for my office for this semester. He's a third-year law student. He's also the co-chair of the Natural Resources Journal, Law Journal at the law school at UNM. And I've asked him to review the vegetation management programs of all the utilities in our state, and also with an eye to how that relates to wildfire management. And in the course of this work, we've discovered that most utilities also have wildfire management programs. So he's reviewed those documents as well. And today he's going to be presenting basically a synopsis of the IOU's reports. We're not finished with the co-op reports yet, but co-op programs, but he will be presenting at least this portion of his research that he's been doing this semester. So he's going to be informing us about the status of the vegetation management and wildfire management plans, and identifying certain issues associated with them. And I should mention he's assisted us in creating a list of bench request questions that we'll be sending out in the next few days, and he's been a tremendous help. So. So I'll just turn it over to Spencer now, and I believe you have some slides. Do you not, Spencer?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, and please proceed. And let's see, Hans, can you work with him to put his slides up if you're the right person?
Spencer, you are now a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen and your slides.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As Madam Chair said, I am Spencer Lotz. I'm an intern with the PRC this year, and I have been working on reviewing the vegetation and wildfire mitigation plans submitted by the IOUs and co-ops. These plans were submitted as part of an inquiry opened by the PRC, where the commissioners requested a copy of the current vegetation management plans, as well as any wildfire protection practices currently in use by the IOUs and co-ops. This inquiry was opened due to concerns with the fact that the New Mexico wildfire season has started happening earlier and for longer, and general concerns with wildfires throughout the country, as well as fires here in New Mexico, such as the McBride fire, which has been linked allegedly to IOU equipment. So the two main types of materials that I've been reviewing are vegetation management plans and then wildfire mitigation management best practices. The wildfire materials go by many different names because they're not all standardized. Generally speaking, though, a vegetation management plan has to do with how vegetation is managed around power lines, either transmission or distribution lines. They are the general standards that contractors employ to make sure that lines are kept clear. The standards for wildfire management and mitigation are kind of all over the board. Some of them are merely data standards, how they collect sources of ignition, that sort of thing. But then others are more engineering standards, like how to construct equipment so that it is more resilient to fire or less likely to be a source of ignition. So I'm going to begin with a discussion about the vegetation management plans, a few things that I saw, a few things that might be improved, and then move on to the wildfire management plans. So one of the things that I noticed almost immediately when reviewing the vegetation management plans is that very few of them contain concrete standards for vegetation clearance. Almost all of the plans that I've surveyed reference the following standards: the ANSI, the NERC, the OSHA, and the National Electric Safety Code. However, all of these standards largely pertain to worker safety. The table there, as you can see, is the minimum approach distance to energized equipment for inexperienced arborists. And in some cases, a utility would cite to this as providing the standard that they would come up with for vegetation clearance. This is a little problematic because this standard is literally, don't give the new guy with the pole saw, don't let him come within 10 feet of the energized line. It doesn't take into account the fact that trees grow. And so if you're pursuing a 3-year maintenance cycle and you cut a tree, it is going to grow in the next 3 years and might come into contact with the line. All of these standards, as I said, pertain to worker safety. So minimum approach distance, worker protection equipment, that sort of thing. Another standard that's included is the NERC standard, the FAC 003. And while this does include minimum distances, that is what it includes, minimum distances. And so once again, although this contains a table of information of distances that must be kept between vegetation and lines, this is literally the bare minimum. This is what you have to maintain in order to keep an arc from going from a wire to a tree or similar vegetation. It once again does not take into account the growth cycle of trees or other types of vegetation. One thing that numerous plans talk about is the wire zone border zone method, or the Bramble and Burns method. And basically what this method is designed to do is to improve habitat and ecological security alongside transmission lines. Essentially what this plan calls for is, as you can see, there's the wire zone in the middle, which is your transmission lines and your towers. And then you have the border zone. And in the border zone, shrubs and grasses are allowed to propagate with the idea that they will outcompete trees for resources to keep trees from growing into the lines. Problems I found with this system is I couldn't find anywhere whether or not this system is adapted to a high desert environment. Here in New Mexico, of course, we have pinon and juniper, which are very low-lying shrub-like trees. And so it was unclear to me whether this system actually functions with the type of vegetation we have here in New Mexico. Also, allowing for shrubs and grasses to grow in that border zone might work in a more a wet climate, but here those shrubs and grasses are equally as flammable as anything else, and so allowing them to propagate might cause problems. As I said, many of these plans do not include discussions of the growth cycle of trees. Only one of the plans that I looked at did include this. And as you can see, it includes common tree species in the service area, as well as how far they are expected to grow in feet during that cycle. So this is the kind of information that would inform how far back you need to cut a tree to ensure that in that cycle, it doesn't grow to contact the lines. Overall, what I discovered in reviewing these vegetation management plans is they're very, very slim for the most part. A lot of them vest significant discretion in the contractors that the IOUs or co-ops hire to trim. And in many cases, there's not directly applicable standards that those contractors are supposed to apply. It seems in many cases to be up to contractor discretion. So part of my work on these projects was I conducted a survey of media specifically related to the incidents with Pacific Gas and Electric in California. As many of you are no doubt aware, PG&E has recently been in the news quite a lot for sparking some of the largest wildfires in American history. As part of this review, I read the book California Burning by Catherine Blunt, which outlines basically the entire history of PG&E and highlights some of the critical failures that led to these wildfires. One of the things that stood out to me in that book was that although vegetation management is discussed, vegetation management generally was not the cause of the fires. Lax vegetation management didn't lead to trees coming close to the lines and causing fires. Another thing that this book made clear is that in many cases, vegetation standards, such as those come up with by NERC, as well as those arborist clearance standards, are not designed to prevent wildfires. They're actually designed to prevent service outages. Because if a tree comes in contact with a line, it's not necessarily going to start a fire, but it might cause a fault that then shuts down service for a time. And so vegetation management practices, at least as they currently are employed, are probably poor wildfire prevention standards. Based on the survey of media, I was able to look into kind of some other causes of wildfire and areas that are of concern, both with the wildfire management plans that I reviewed and the lack of information within those plans. One of the biggest things that's discussed both in the California Burning book as well as in several of the plans reviewed is maintenance standards. In many cases, the fires in California are alleged to have been caused by lax maintenance standards. It was equipment failure, not vegetation management, that led to the fires. And so one thing that I've noticed in my review of the plans was that in many cases, data about asset age is held locally. So the worker who climbs the tower and looks at the equipment knows the status of the tower and its equipment. But if that worker doesn't record it into a database, that knowledge is entirely held within that worker's head. And so if they're fired or they move on to another position, information like that is lost. In several cases, utilities were relying on multiple databases that it was unclear whether they were interconnected or standardized, and whether or not information was actually being kept about asset age. Another thing that popped out was that in a lot of these plans, they discuss engineering standards for their equipment specifically. A lot of times these engineering standards are things like fireproofing for poles. That's something that was discussed in several of the plans. But these technological standards, it's unclear the extent to which they are actually being employed by the utilities. In some cases, it sounds like they have conducted a review of what they're currently doing and then put these standards into place for the future, but it's unclear about what is currently in place. Similar examples beyond poles are like lightning arresters and other equipment designed to prevent damage to the grid in case of a surge. A lot of times this equipment was cited as causing, or at least being an ignition source for fires, but the documents did not actually show a clear mitigation measure to prevent this in the future. One of the more effective things that I saw, and several of the utilities were employing this or planning to employ this, was the use of global information systems, GIS systems, to predict areas where fire is more likely to occur. So this map is from the U.S. Geological Survey. It's a little bit dated, but it was used as an example in one of the plans that I reviewed. And basically, this map shows areas where ignition probability is the highest. And so the utilities that are using this type of map and this type of system divide their service areas into smaller sections, and then those sections can be designated as fire hazardous areas or similar. And in areas that are prone to ignitions, they can take extra steps, and that can be being more proactive with vegetation management, that can be undergrounding in some cases, and that can be one plan discussed putting herbicide around the towers to ensure that it had bare ground clearance all the way around the tower. So recognizing where fires are likely to happen really allows utilities to better prepare for them and to adjust their operations accordingly. So based on all of my research, I have come up with the following recommendations. I have sent out a summary of the IOUs that I've reviewed so far, and I'm hoping to have completed my review of the co-ops by next Monday, and hopefully a summary of that will be circulated as well. In many cases, I'm trying to pull the best practices from the plans that I've reviewed, as well as the other materials, such as those from PG&E that I've reviewed, and come up with some best practices that the commission might ask for the utilities to begin developing. First on this list, expanded vegetation management. As I said, a lot of times these don't contain formal standards and leave a lot up to contractor discretion. Expanding a vegetation management plan specifically as a way of dealing with wildfire mitigation could be a way to make those plans better and more applicable. Another system that was recommended is an ignition management plan. This is a bit of a misnomer. I think a person was being clever and wanted it to spell IMP. But really, this is an ignition tracking plan. And essentially what this does is it creates a database of anywhere that an ignition has occurred and provides information about when the ignition occurred and what caused it, with the idea being, if you notice that in a specific area, a lot of ignitions are happening due to vegetation mismanagement, you would then take that information and send it to your vegetation management coordinator, who would then go to that area and improve the vegetation management. So it's a way of keeping track of what's going wrong so that you can fix it moving forward. Maintenance database unification and standardization, I talked about a little bit. If you have multiple databases that have different information and don't talk to each other, it's impossible to know the true age and condition of your assets. So that's a step that utilities could take. Fire weather zones or hazardous fire areas, as I discussed, prioritizing vegetation management technological standards based on high likelihood of ignition. One thing that I didn't see in all of the plans that I think perhaps all plans should include is just a very brief description of procedures for public safety power shutoffs. These are, of course, where a utility will proactively shut off power to an area because it's a high wind day or high conditions for fire. And just by being proactive and de-energizing the lines, they can prevent fires from occurring. And then one other thought that I had is throughout this, I've been hearing about different technology that IOUs and co-ops are employing that has, I think, a great chance to improve the grid's resilience to wildfire. And a lot of times this is employing so-called smart technology on towers. So instead of just having a fuse that blows and shuts off power, you have a fuse that when it blows, it actually communicates with the operations center and lets the operators know what happened. Use of LiDAR and other mapping technology to actually scan towers and see where structural weaknesses are. Use of drones to inspect towers faster and in more remote areas. Just little technological improvements that can really go a long way to making these systems function a little bit better for the prevention of wildfires. So those are all of my recommendations, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Commissioners, does anybody have any questions for Spencer? So, oh, Commissioner Fishman, are you
Yeah.
unmuted? Yeah, good. Okay.
So Spencer did, I'm assuming that you looked at the management plans for our New Mexico utilities.
That's correct.
Exclusive.
Yeah. Were they pretty much typical of what's elsewhere, or more thorough or less thorough? Where do they kind of sit?
So I have almost exclusively looked at New Mexico plans, but I have looked at some California plans as well. Comparing them to California plans, much less intensive than New Mexico plans.
And do you have a sense of the reason for that, or?
I got the impression in reviewing the New Mexico plans that these plans had been prepared for investors rather than actual on-the-ground application. They seemed to have been prepared in such a way to be able to present to investors, we have a system, here's what we're doing. You know, we're not just turning a blind eye to this.
And you also mentioned that the fires that have been created by electrical grids seem to have been more a result of maintenance failures than vegetation management failures. What kind of maintenance failures were they? Do you have any sense of that?
So the fires in California, frequently the maintenance standards that failed were just inspection standards. In cases you had assets that were almost a century old that were being inspected every 3 years by a helicopter flyby. And so you'd have instances where the hooks that attach the wires to the towers, just over time, as the wires swayed, had just dug a channel into the hook until the hook failed. And so that would result in a fire. You know, dropping a hot electrical line it's gonna cause issues.
And in the New Mexico fire management plans, are maintenance issues other than vegetation management part of those plans?
Not really. As I said, the fire plans, I almost feel like the utilities were caught off guard by the request for fire plans. Some of them threw things at us that I wouldn't describe as a fire plan. I would describe it as the engineering department whipped something up really quick to send us. Maintenance standards are discussed, but some utilities discuss design standards rather than maintenance standards. And I would say very rarely was equipment failure just due to age and wear and tear described in these plans.
Okay, so it sounds to me that, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, like your recommendation is we need to take kind of a different perspective in putting together these fire prevention plans, really put a lot more focus on maintenance and put a lot more focus on reviewing the condition of assets. And also one of the things we might be looking at there is putting special emphasis where we have old assets nearing the end of their life. Is that an accurate statement?
I would agree with that assessment, Commissioner. I think one of the biggest concerns that I had going through these plans was that they seem to have been drafted in isolation from each other. in my view, a vegetation management plan and a wildfire mitigation plan should be like this, whereas these seemed like two very separate documents that had been prepared at different times.
And one final question, as you were pulling this together, did you have any, in working with the utilities and asking for the information, did you have any sense that the utilities assessment would be similar to yours, or were you not able to have that kind of communication?
I didn't have any direct communication, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Spencer. Very clear presentation, very, very helpful to me. Thank you.
Questions from other commissioners? I guess, Commissioner Bird, you certainly look alert, but I guess maybe you're just lost in your thinking, just thinking hard. Commissioner Maestas, you get a pass, but I know you always have questions.
Well, I just want to thank Spencer for a job well done. One thing I want to add is when I sat down with the New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperatives Association, they explained different requirements from U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Utility Service. You know, they provide the lion's share of financing for rural co-ops. And then you have a different group of insurers that insure the co-ops, and they have different requirements. And I believe that USDA does require some self-certification on the part of rural co-ops that they have a vegetation management plan. I don't know if they asked for the details. There's a particular form, and I can't recall the name of the form that rural co-ops have to submit to USDA every year to certify that, I believe, that they have a vegetation management plan. But there could be other overlapping requirements by their insurers. So maybe, Spencer, you may want to look at what those requirements are. If there is any kind of standardization required by the feds as a condition for federal loans to be made to rural co-ops. Anyway, but my memory is a bit foggy. I was looking through my notes when I met with the Rural Co-op Association, but I do recall a substantial part of that conversation being dedicated to vegetation management plans. But it's certainly a big issue, as we found out. The last thing I'll say is that when we had that squall that hovered over Taos County, it wreaked havoc on a lot of the transmission lines in the Kit Carson Rural Electric Co-op area. And the general manager, executive director, Luis Reyes, really said, look, yes, we restored service in the hard to reach alpine areas where we had damage to transmission lines, but he did mention something that really caught my eye. And he said, when are we going to focus on infrastructure hardening, particularly in those hard to reach areas, those alpine areas that require so much time, you know, to repair and restore service? I think the Red River area was problematic during that time when that squall created a lot of damage. And so maybe this conversation will really allow us to pivot and start focusing on infrastructure hardening if we're really serious about resilience. Anyway, Madam Chair, that's all I had.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maestas. And what I would like to follow up and ask you, with respect to wildfire mitigation, what is hardening? Does that mean undergrounding lines?
That means, you know, maybe metal posts instead of wood posts. And that was an example that Kit Carson, you know, kind of threw out there. So we really need to examine true resilience, especially in these very hard to reach areas. like alpine areas.
Definitely. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Spencer, did you feel a need to make a response to Commissioner Maestas at all? You don't need to if I didn't hear him ask you a question, but if you had something you wanted to say in response, that's fine.
That's excellent information, Commissioner, and I'll definitely look into whether or not there's USDA requirements that maybe the IOUs haven't been referencing in their plans.
Yeah. Well, and I think, I believe what Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas was saying was that it was specific to rural electric co-ops because of the support they receive from USDA through the agricultural programs. I thought it was something specific to the rural co-op. So I think that's the next thing on our plate here. I had asked Spencer to look at the IOU plans first, appreciating that there's a difference between the two categories. So he may be back in December to talk to us more. He's going to be gone for, I don't know how many weeks, a couple of weeks to Panama to as an observer of the International Convention on Endangered Species Treaty. So Spencer has other interests besides just regular law school and working for us, but I think he's done a bang up job, and I'm really pleased to get this message information, you know, particularly with our own enormous fires this summer. I really don't want us to be like California and get like the California PUC and get, you know, surprised all of a sudden by the utilities, which are surprised by the problems that, you know, can occur with climate change. And just like I didn't want us to be like Texas, who in our need for better scrutiny and resilience of the system. So I think this is part and parcel of the same larger issue of how will our electric systems survive extreme weather due to climate change. And so I'm really grateful, and I feel very lucky to have gotten Spencer as my intern, because he's done a great job on this. And I'm looking forward to more information about the rural electric co-ops that we'll share with you guys. So thank you very much, Spencer. And we'll move on now in the agenda to the consent action part of the agenda. Mike, would you like to read out the captions for the consent action items, please?
Excuse me. The consent action item matters on the consent agenda. Excuse me, on the consent agenda. Repetitive. Our case is 22-00261 TRM in the matter of the application of Apollo Medical Transportation LLC for a certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service. That is a potential order regarding the application. Utility matters are case 21-00278 UT in the matter of the application of Duncan Valley Electric Cooperative, Inc. for continued use of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause and for a variance if required from certain provisions of NMPRC Rule 550. That's a potential final order on the application for continued use of fuel and purchase power clause cost adjustment clause. Then case 22-00143 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2023 and proposed 2023 rider rate under rate rider number 36. That's a potential final order on the recommended decision. And that is it for the consent action items.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. Does anybody want to make, anybody need to make any, oh, well, it's too late. Never mind. So I need a motion or any discussion on these items. I don't think we discussed this.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a couple of comments on that last item, but for consent purposes, no reason to pull it from the agenda.
Okay, go ahead and make your comments, Commissioner Fishman, please.
I was basically just noticing a couple of charts in the recommended decision on that. And I was looking at the cost of the fuel supplied resources. And the fuel cost per megawatt hour ranged from about $56 all the way up to $128 per megawatt. And I assume this is per megawatt hour, or excuse me, per megawatt hour. And I just wanted to point out to folks how high that is compared to renewable energy costs. On top of that, operating costs ranged from $5 to $71. So that's on top of the fuel cost per megawatt. And then on top of that, capital costs, $10 to $94. So I wanted to point out that these gas-fired, in particular, resources are extraordinarily expensive, particularly when you compare it to costs for renewable resources. Here, that there are a couple that range up to $150, but the significant renewable resources tend to be in the $20 to $30 per megawatt hour range, all in. So I just wanted to point out, in looking at this Renewable Energy Act plan, that it really does illustrate how much more economical renewable energy has become compared to traditional gas-fired plants in the current environment. And I will make a final comment, because we're addressing this in a rulemaking, that to me, it's extraordinary that, given how much less expensive the renewable resources are, that we're putting an item on the bill of these customers that tells them how much more they're paying for renewable energy. And the disconnect is huge in my mind, in terms of informing the public and reflecting the reality of what's going on. So given the current circumstances, I have no objection to that, but I just wanted to make those comments.
Well, Commissioner Fishman, I join you in those comments. It is remarkable. I noticed that too, and I forget what I was looking at, maybe the same tables. I looked at that case thinking, I wondered whether we should pull it to the full agenda, but I didn't really see a reason, but it was kind of striking. It was quite striking, actually, not kind of striking, how economical renewables are. And, I've often had the same reflection about how incongruous it is to have a provision on the bill that purports to show that they cost more, but they don't anymore. I mean, actually, it might be interesting. It would have been interesting. I think that issue has come and gone to provide some information about the price disparity in the other direction now, but on the bill. But that's an issue for another day. But I appreciate your comments. Commissioners, any other comments or on this case that Commissioner Fishman is talking about, or on the other items on the consent action agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent action agenda portion of the agenda.
So moved.
Great, thank you. Do I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Mike, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, now we'll move on to Roman numeral 10, regular action items. We have no transportation matters. So we'll move on to utility matters. And the first one is item number 6. It's case number 22-00279-UT in the matter of a commission inquiry into electric public utility cybersecurity preparedness. Judith Amer will present a potential initial order opening an inquiry docket and requesting responses. So could you please proceed, Judy?
Hello, Chair, Commissioner Hall. This is Robert Lundin with OGC. I believe that Judy is unavailable to present this, so I will be presenting it to you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thanks for stepping up.
Yes, so this is not yet an open case before the commission. However, the order that I bring you today would open a matter to start an inquiry into cybersecurity preparedness of investor-owned utilities and rural electric cooperatives. So the order will do 2 things. As I just mentioned, it'll open the docket, and 2, it'll propound 25 inquiries to investor-owned public utilities and rural electric cooperatives. And just as a little background for this, back in March of this year, President Biden sent a letter to all the states, basically asking them to take steps to address, critical infrastructure around cybersecurity and cybersecurity standards for utilities. Additionally, in September of this year, Commission Vice Chair Joseph Maestas and his advisory staff attended a training called cybersecurity training for the state regulatory commissions, and that was hosted by NARUC. So there they were advised of cybersecurity issues in the public utility space. And then if you recall, just last week, we hosted Mr. Larry Duran of the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, and he presented on Colorado's model for utility engagement on cyber and other adverse events. So the cybersecurity issue has been cropping up over the last few months, especially since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia back in February. So what we have here is an order that would open an inquiry docket and propound 25 inquiries to the public utilities and rural electric cooperatives to kind of touch the surface on a lot of cybersecurity issues. The questions are mostly yes/no form, and they should be non-controversial. But if Commissioner Maestas would like to say anything about this case in this docket, I will give him the floor.
Well, thanks, Robert. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've been talking about this for quite a while, and I'm really pleased that we're at this point where we can open this docket and start getting some assurances from the utilities with respect to being prepared for cyber attacks. And it's not just getting information from the utilities to get this assurance. And again, if you look at the questions, these questions are really from the NARUC guide. They have several cybersecurity guides, and we pick the questions that are not intrusive and don't require any kind of details that would compromise the security of the utilities, national security of the utilities. But even more importantly, Madam Chair, what we're also doing is we're trying to mainstream cybersecurity in utility regulation by understanding the roles and responsibilities of all the major players who play similar roles across the country. The role of the State Fusion Center, which is meant to be kind of a clearinghouse for all information regarding threats to our state and including threats to utilities, understanding the role of the the federal entities like Department of Homeland Security and Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency. I think it's CISA. We've met with the CISA regional representative that's responsible for New Mexico. He is prepared to provide a webinar on ransomware to the utilities, but he has booked up 2 or 3 months in advance. So we're looking at maybe asking CISA to help build capacity and awareness for cybersecurity on the part of rural co-ops and our IOUs in the spring. The Department of Homeland Security's strategic security advisor. There is a strategic security advisor in each and every state, and that individual is also solely responsible for assisting states with cybersecurity. And we met with the New Mexico CISA rep and the security advisor for New Mexico, and they are anxious to partner with the Public Regulation Commission regarding cybersecurity and cybersecurity preparedness. And then I've also mentioned that the governor, she released a press release, I think about a month and a half, 2 months ago, creating a cybersecurity advisory committee. Our agency is not represented, but certainly I think our efforts can dovetail in nicely with the governor's cybersecurity agency. So I think this is very timely, and it's really our way to not only help the utilities check all the boxes, whether they're planning and they're prepared, and if they have an attack, how do they respond? How do they recover from a cyber attack? So these questions cover all the various elements of cybersecurity. And lastly, Madam Chair and everybody, it's also going to help us facilitate funding that's available to the investor-owned utilities and other subdivisions of government for cybersecurity. The nomination period for these grants and their state and local grants has already opened. And so right now, folks that are eligible can apply for federal funding for cybersecurity grants. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Christopher Hall. Christopher Hall did a lot of heavy lifting in putting this together. And we collaborated on picking the questions that, again, get us more assurances versus details that would require heavy confidentiality. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Maestas, I'd like to ask you a question. You mentioned two entities that would be representatives to our state. One was the CISA representative, and then there was some other kind of security representative. What could you rename those? Tell me about those again, and how are they different? Are they, because they both relate to cybersecurity?
Yeah, the strategic security advisor is a very special niche position within Department of Homeland Security, and kind of the CISA representative. That's more they really oversee kind of cybersecurity and build capacity for cybersecurity on a regional basis. I think the representative covers New Mexico and I think Arizona. And Christopher Hall, if you can add to that, Christopher Hall was on that joint call with the strategic security advisor and the CISA rep. Christopher Hall, did I miss anything on that?
No, sir. Just Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. It was the CISA rep represents Texas and New Mexico, so unfortunately, we do have to share him with Texas. Just kidding, but but both he and our state protective security advisor expressed delight, for lack of a better way of putting it, with the fact that we were reaching out to them and trying to engage with them. They are very interested in partnering with us to any extent possible to address cybersecurity weaknesses or vulnerabilities in New Mexico. And they are already in contact with some of the co-ops and IOUs, but they certainly feel working with us and partnering with us would help there, perhaps provide an entree with some of these regulated entities and smooth the path for them to reach out. And as Vice Chair Maestas said earlier, this is all aimed at, it's not, we're not trying to add to anyone's reporting burden here. It is all about trying to help both us understand that they are protected and also facilitate the flow of federal dollars or state dollars or whatever kind of funding or grants we can, similar to how the commission facilitated ERAP funds to regulated entities. I think the commissioner and the security professionals all see this as a great way to partner and help these entities increase their security. So with that, I'll stand for any further questions.
Thank you very much, Christopher. And Vice Chair Maestas, I don't mean to interrupt, but I also would like to, you say CISA is eager to meet with us? Was that the special advisor or just any other member of CISA? I did hear you say they were booked up and for several months. So is it possible for this commission to hear a presentation, for example?
Yeah, no, I think that would be good. In fact, I would like to lock in CISA, even if it's going to be next year. I want to ensure that this focus and this emphasis continues beyond just the opening of this docket and the submittal of questions. But yeah, they do want to partner with us. They do basic assessments and they focus on ransomware readiness, and he is prepared to put on a webinar for us, but not until, again, the spring.
Well, my question is there anybody else who could come and inform us? Maybe not specifically with his presentation, but give us a leg up anyhow.
Yeah, well, I think the CISA representative, his name is George Reeves. This guy's really busy. In fact, we were lucky to get him just on a conference call. Our best bet could be bringing Sarah Gamble. She is the protective security advisor for the state. And she is really more in tune with what's happening here in New Mexico, because that is her focus. Versus the CISA representative who is handling Texas and New Mexico.
Fine. Well, fine. Maybe we could.
I'm happy to take the lead and set that up, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, that's great. I mean, this is something we should all become more informed of, and I really appreciate you bringing it to our attention and taking the ball and running with it. So I look forward to hearing about a lot more activities that we can participate in or be the beneficiary of as well in this area. So thank you very much. And thank you, Christopher Hall, as well. And thank you, Robert Lundeen.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Hall,
Robert.
I would like to just make one more comment. After discussions with Commissioner Maestas' office and Christopher Hall, we believe that the agenda has a slight typo in that it references electric public utilities. However, the docket and the order would issue out to all investor-owned public utilities. So that would include New Mexico Gas Company, for example.
Oh, I see. Yes, that would be appropriate. And I didn't think about that myself. So is this adequate notice to comment, to just discuss this issue during this meeting, since, well, I guess we can send it to whoever we want. I don't think that's an issue right now, but in any case, it's a question we can deal with later. Anyhow, thank you very much for drawing that to my attention, to our attention, Robert. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move the order.
Thank you very much. I've got a motion. Now, can I have a second?
Second,
Okay, a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this proposed order? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The proposed order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 7. It's in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's advice notice 592, the original writer 45, economic development writer. And Michael Smith and Christopher Dunn will present. There will be a presentation of staff memo and a presentation of a potential order on advice notice 592. So please proceed, Michael and Christopher.
Madam Chair, this is Michael Smith. I would defer at this time to Mr. Dunn to present staff's memo. I would also just state that the potential order is on the a potential order on advice notice 592 is identified for Open Meeting Act purposes in case the commission were to take that action. I do not actually have a proposed order for the commission because it is an advice notice, and the commission with these economic development riders, as with any other advice notice, can allow that to take effect by simply not taking action. But that said, I will defer to Mr. Dunn to present staff's memo.
Oh, I see. So let me ask you a question, Michael. And that means we don't need to vote on this matter. Is that correct?
Unless the commission were to decide that it wanted to suspend the advice notice.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Well, Christopher, would you please proceed?
Yes, absolutely. And good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to see you all once again. Just for the record, my name is Christopher Dunn. I'm an economist with Utility Division staff in the Economics Bureau, and I'll be presenting staff's recommendations regarding PNM's advice notice number 592. PNM's advice notice 592 was filed October 14th, 2022. And advice notice 592 concerns original rider number 45C, the economic development rider contract for Intel Corporation. PNM's EDR rider 45 was first established in case 15-00261 and later revised in 16-00276 UT. And the rider is applicable to rate numbers 4B, 5B, 30B, and 35B. In this particular instance, the rider was filed pursuant to Public Utility Act Section 62.626, which relates to economic development rates for gas and electric utilities. And specifically, subsection 62.626A authorizes the commission to approve or allow to become effective special rates to prevent the loss of customers, to encourage customers in New Mexico to expand their present facilities, or to attract new customers to New Mexico. In this particular instance, the advice notice 592 falls under that second category, that is to encourage expansion of present facilities in New Mexico. And Intel Corporation's application does indicate from affirmations by Sharon Anderson that the availability of PNM's EDR rider, the rate rider number 45, in conjunction with the availability of an opportunity to request an extended term for 5 years, were important factors for Intel when deciding to select New Mexico for the site for its expansion. Additionally, I'll note that Intel employees, both Sharon Anderson and also Intel employee Catherine and Prouty, affirm that Intel does meet the eligibility requirements for the rider, and that approving the EDR rider would satisfy the purposes of 62.626 of the Public Utility Act. Basically, for existing customers within PNM service territory that are looking to request the EDR rate rider, there's a requirement that the additional incremental load that would be subject to the EDR rider be equal to or above 200 kilowatts. And Staff has reviewed the application and finds that this is consistent with PNM's application in this case for Intel. And let's see, the EDR, I also would note that the EDR discount is applied to the incremental demand for 5 years. And then following the end of that 5-year term, the company must maintain their account with PNM for another 5 years and pay the full applicable rate and be subject to absent a discount that they'd be eligible for in the EDR rider. So both PNM and Intel have affirmed that the company's application meets the requirements of Section 62.626 of the Public Utility Act. And that includes meeting the requirement that, including the economic development rate discount, company's rates, Intel's rates will not be lower than the incremental cost of providing service to Intel. Ms. Pitts, who is employee of PNM, does indicate that PNM's engineers determined there's no incremental cost to serve Intel's expansion beyond the incremental cost of generation, and that those incremental costs of generation will be covered under the still applicable fuel clause and renewable energy riders for Intel. So given these facts and staff's thorough review of the application by PNM in conjunction with Intel, staff does believe that Intel is eligible to receive the EDR rider discount. And with this in mind, staff does recommend that the company's advice notice 592 not be suspended and be allowed to take effect by operation of law. If there are any additional questions, or if there are any questions or concerns that I can address from the commission, I'll be happy to stand for question at this time. Otherwise, I will return the floor to Michael Smith.
Okay, thank you very much, Christopher. Michael, do you have anything to add? Or I see Brad Borman. Brad, were you intending to make any comments here?
Madam Chair, no, I was just here to provide support to Mr. Dunn should he need it during his presentation.
Okay, so actually, Michael, I'm just going to speak to the commissioners first. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dunn?
Madam Chair, this is a question for Christopher and for Mike as well.
Okay, please go ahead.
So if section 62.626 C says, except as provided in subsection D of this section, economic development rates shall be approved or allocated to become effective, blah, 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 quote, only when the utility or the substantially full requirements supplier of the utility has excess capacity. For purposes of this section, excess capacity means the amount of electric generating and purchase power capacity available to the utility or such supplier that is greater than the utilities or such suppliers' peak load plus a fixed percentage reserve margin set by the commission. And I think what we're looking at for next year is that we don't have excess capacity. So I'm wondering how we reconcile that. And I'm wondering if this economic development rate might be better designed if it allows some kind of shutoff during peak load events, if that were incorporated into that economic development rate.
I guess the question is, Christopher, do you want to address that, or shall I address it first?
Michael, I'll let you to address it first if you'd like, and then I can add on if you'd like as well. I do have some thoughts,
Sure.
but
So I will address it just from the legal standpoint, which is that the subsection C that you're referring to, as you know, the first clause in that restriction states, except as provided in subsection D of this section. So you refer down to subsection D, which has a provision that states that economic development rates may be approved or otherwise allowed to become effective for electric utilities or persons subject to the regulation pursuant to subsection B of section 6264 NMSA.
Oh, okay.
That do not meet the qualifications of subsection C of this section, provided that the following conditions are met. And then you refer down to the two sections below that, which provide that the economic development rates approved under this subsection shall not be lower than the incremental cost of providing service to the economic development rate customer as determined by the commission. And then subsection 2 states that the economic development rate approved for any customer under this subsection shall last no longer than 4 years, except that the commission may approve the rate up to 12 additional months if it finds that the additional rate is necessary to attract a particular economic development rate customer to New Mexico. So staff's memo actually addresses the application of that subsection D.
Okay. But it still raises the same issue, is that here we're trying to stimulate demand for specific customers, and we're running up against this potential resource shortage, certainly for 2023. And it still makes me wonder if we could design the economic development rate in such a manner that we're not providing an incentive to use power at a peak period when we've got a capacity event, potential capacity event going on.
Mr. Fishman, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Just to clarify, then you're not opposed to having the economic development rate, but you want it structured such that the stimulated demand would occur in an off-peak time? Is that what
that it's designed in a way that it wouldn't exacerbate power shortages during peak events?
Yeah, that would seem to implicate storage, or
well, it
is
could
the
be
first thing that
anything.
pops to my mind.
Yeah, it could. I don't presume to know what exactly that would be.
But the use of some other technology that would alleviate the pressure on the utility at peak demand, right?
Yeah, I don't want to be giving an economic incentive to stress the system during peak periods.
Sure.
And, I think if we design a rate, and if we design these rates in the future, that should be built in to the way these rates are designed.
I completely agree. That seems to make perfect sense. Otherwise, it's a tremendous strain on the system, and we have to be continually mindful of reliability.
So I'm not opposed. I just wonder if we should be going back and taking a look at how we might do that.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that's a communication that could be directed to PNM, that when it I guess is experiencing this situation, that might be something it might be able to negotiate into a rate in terms of its negotiations with that customer. I think it's beyond the commission's jurisdiction, though, to deny an economic development rate on that basis, because subsection C does, it's a statutory, it's not statute, it's not a commission rule, and it does contemplate the situation in which a utility does not meet the ability, rather the utility does not have the excess capacity, and then it directs you to subsection D, and it provides two additional, or rather two substitute requirements. So
yeah, I understand, but D says economic development rates may be approved or otherwise allowed. It doesn't say shall. And quite frankly, I don't want to turn this into a docket. I just assume, that P&M go back and just negotiate and make a habit of negotiating appropriate provisions for peak power draw events into these kinds of economic development rates. Because I think it's demonstrable harm to the rest of the customer base if you don't do that.
Commissioner Fishman, I'm looking at what Michael just referred to. And it's true that economic development rates may be approved or otherwise allowed, but it's conditioned on the 2 points in items number 1 and 2 beneath that, which only relate to one relates to the fact that the rate cannot be lower than the incremental cost, and the other provision is has to last a certain period of time and no longer than a certain period of time. So it's only cost and time that would be the provisos that would allow the economic development rates to be approved otherwise. So it still doesn't, I understand what Mike is saying. I think we're a little boxed in by that language, but I would like for us to explore whatever means of communication with the utility we have on this point, because it certainly would be in the utility's interest as well to maintain their resiliency. So I can't think that they would be opposed to the idea of however they would implement this rate, that it would, avoid burdening their system more during peak. So there's probably a way to bring that issue to the company's attention and receive some reassurance about it. Mike, were you elaborating about that? You said something about negotiations. What were you saying again?
That I think that could be a message that the commission directs to PNM in terms of alleviating the concerns about the lack of excess capacity.
Sure. So in the context of, you're saying like in another docket or just in the, like our resource adequacy docket or something? In what context would that communication occur?
Well, I think for one, PNM's probably attending this meeting. And if this is an uncontested docket, so if PNM would like to respond, if they have the ability to, they could do so. I don't know if any of them are actually have the number to participate in this docket today.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Mark Fenton is moving up to the desk.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. I was looking at a page that showed the statute, so I have to open that window again. Great.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful. See, I still don't see, the camera is not pointing at that way, in that direction, so I still can't see him, but, oh, there he is. Would you like to say something, Mark Fenton?
We don't have our lawyer on the line, as Michael pointed out. We did for the Bueno Foods, but for this one, we didn't. We weren't asked to, but I would make a few remarks. I agree with Michael, what he said earlier. We did not file this application under 62-626C, which had to do with excess capacity. We filed it under Section D. The other thing I guess I would say about that is we have an obligation to serve. So we can't tell someone, no, we can only serve you during these certain periods. Our intention is for 2023 to have the resources available to serve not only this load, but any of our other load, whether it's peak or non-peak. So we feel like we filed this application under 62-626 26D, and we do have an obligation to serve, and we will be prepared to serve this load, whether it's peak period or non-peak period.
Thank you very much, Mark. Mr. Fishman, do you have any questions of Mark?
Yeah, Mark, I'm a little confused by that answer because obligation to serve and the rates you're charged to serve are two different things. And certainly with this economic development rate, with the point you go through a rate case, however that impacts your revenues, by doing this economic rate, you are impacting the rates of, potentially affecting the rates of other customers and cost to the system. So I think your argument there is a bit narrow, but I would just repeat my point that particularly when we're facing unknown ability to meet capacity for 2023 summer at this point, there should be provisions that we're not rewarding customers for using more power during a peak period when it's could require more investment in the system that costs all customers. And so again, I just need to point out that I think there's kind of a disconnect here in terms of just kind of rational management practices and putting incentive rates in like this that don't have some kind of provision for not providing a reward when you're using peak power.
Yeah, I wasn't the witness in the case, but I think if you look at subsection D, you know, we did have to demonstrate in the application or in the advice notice that these rates shall not be lower than the incremental cost of providing service. So as Christopher Dunn mentioned, Heidi Pitts provided an affidavit that demonstrated that the incremental cost of providing service for this load is not going to be more than our incremental cost under section D1. That was part of the application.
So that if you get a 10%, you're awarded a 10% return, you're getting a 0% return on the customers who are getting this rate, which means you need to bump up the return on other customers to support that rate.
I don't think that's the case, but
and potentially, if you're not putting in any kind of protection or demand response side to this, you're adding the need for additional investment by the utility, further increasing rates. So, you know, all I'm saying is I'm just trying to just say as just a rational policy, we should not be giving discounted rates or economic development rates for peak power usage. And that when we develop these rates, they should be developed in a way that does that. So we can argue this forever, but that's just my point of view. And I think it's important for us to consider.
I understand your point of view.
And, you know, and I understand what you're saying. So, but I thank you for coming up and making those comments.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it.
And I'm not talking legalistically. I'm just talking about, gee, just rational management.
Yeah. Well, Commissioner Fishman, I think you raise a very important point, and I'm searching in my head for ideas about how we address this, and I can't do it right here, right now. But I think it's definitely something we need to look closely at because from what you describe, it's just what we are looking at right now is a pure incentive to consume more electricity, a financial incentive, a rate-based incentive. I don't mean in terms of putting it into rate base, but I mean it's a rate incentive to consume more energy during peak.
So it could be as simple as saying, during peak hours, you go back to a normal rate.
Yeah.
Who knows? All I'm saying is it shouldn't be structured to encourage peak power period consumption.
Right.
And that's what I'm afraid it does now.
Mhm.
And I just think that's inappropriate.
Thank you very much for that astute observation. Recommendation is to let this rate go into effect unless we suspend it. Commissioners, does anybody upon hearing all this information want to suspend this rate or not? Otherwise, we don't need to take any action. Hearing no desire on the part of the commission, I think we can move on. Thank you very much, Christopher and Brad, for being here. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. And that is Roman numeral 9, discussion and potential action. It's case number 21-00266-UT in the matter of a rulemaking to repeal and replace the interconnection rule 17.9.568 NMAC, interconnection standards for electric utilities, and the associated interconnection manual. Hans Muller and Arthur O'Donnell will join to present the technical review of proposed changes to the rule. So, and I think, Hans, are you going to go first then, or will it be Arthur?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I intend to do the summary initially, then I'll hand the floor over to Arthur. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my intention today is to just review what we have proposed right now for the rule so that we can get a fundamental understanding of what has been what we are proposing to change in the rule, along with handle any technical questions that the commissioners may have regarding the proposed change to the rule. For clarity, I do not have an order today. I intend to cover other suggestions and proposals that we are not incorporating into the rule from other utilities and other parties in this, and further working group developments. Those will all be part of my presentation of the final rule, which I intend to bring forward next week. So basically, this is just chopping it into slightly more palatable sections rather than covering everything in one larger session. So today, I have forwarded you both a red line copy of the rule so that you understand the extent of the changes that are being made. And I also have the clean version, which I'll run off of today. It'll be a little bit easier to follow that version on screen rather than essentially the Christmas tree that is the red line version. But just to give the commissioners the quick background of how we arrived at where we are today. The commission is reviewing this rulemaking to provide an upgrade of the current rules that were captured in the utility interconnection manual, as those were last revised in October of 2008. So this would provide the revision to all the rules governing the interconnection to utility systems by electric generating facilities. This was initially, the notice of proposed rulemaking was initially issued back in December 1st of last year. However, based upon comments that were received, during that proposed rulemaking, the rulemaking was terminated on March 15th, 2002, and was reissued with a new notice of proposed rulemaking. This is due in large part to opposition from the parties, indicating that although the rule referenced the interconnection manual, that manual was a separate document and the rule did not include a manual within the rule to refer to. That would have placed New Mexico as one of the few states in which technical aspects of interconnection resided in a separate document from the rule itself. So we re-noticed this and incorporated a revised interconnection manual within the rule itself. Comments and response comments were received during May and June of 2002, and a public hearing was held on June 17th. We briefly reopened the commentary period on September 20th for additional commentary, and comments and responses have been received up until October 21st. So right now, the proposed rule, the most fundamental change, as I mentioned, to the existing interconnection rule is the incorporation within the rule of several technical and screening matters, plus a set of standard agreement forms that previously resided in the separate interconnection manual. And the first section that I will refer you to is section 568.11. And scrolling and talking here is going to be so much fun. And the rule establishes a date certain, which is March 28th, 2023, after which new DC-AC inverters are required to conform to new functionalities enabled by the updated IEEE 1547-2018 standards. It also specifies the need for conformance with 9 existing and pending codes and standards that apply to interconnection of DER. The rule does recognize the need for each utility to have a supplement to the common rule, which will be a set of technical interconnection and interoperability requirements, TIIR, that provide interconnection customers with more specific guidelines that are not embodied in the rule, and those can be specific to the needs and constraints of each utility system. Although the TIR document will be especially valuable in the ongoing development of communication and control protocols for advanced inverters and evolving technical standards. The document can also address individualized technical circumstances or specific location constraints that allow each utility system safety and as they develop those. Moving down to section 12. To minimize the potential for adverse impacts to safety and reliability of the network, the rule provides for use of specified export control technologies and methodologies to ensure that the DER will operate within technical limits identified in the rule. Recognizing that prospective interconnected facilities should be screened and reviewed based upon their potential impacts on the utility distribution system, the rule specifically adopts a process for determining the export capacity of facilities. Categories include non-exporting DER and limited export DER, plus provisions for dealing with inadvertent exports. And as we move into section 13, this begins some of the most substantial changes we have made to the rule as it provides the guidelines for the application review process and the 4 different interconnection review paths: simplified process, fast track process, detailed study process, and case-specific review process. This also determines the queue position and posting rules are identified in section D for people maintaining their position in the queue. Section 14 institutes an optional pre-application review process to provide interconnection applicants and the utility with information about system conditions at their point of interconnection without having to submit a full interconnection application.
Hans, I have a question.
Yes, Madam Chair.
If you go back to section 13D2, something just popped out at me here. It says the queue position of each interconnection application will be used to determine the cost responsibility for the upgrade necessary to accommodate the interconnection. Why is that? Why? How can the queue position affect the costs of upgrade?
On that one, I'll refer to Mr. O'Donnell if he wants to elaborate on that.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. It says that I'm on video. I don't know if you can see me, but this represents the traditional principle that the entity that causes the need for an upgrade would bear the cost for that upgrade. And that is traditionally handled in terms of if you're the first in line that asks for an upgrade on a particular circuit, you bear the cost. Now, later on in this rule, we do have a provision for potential cost sharing among, for instance, several applicants that might be using the same facilities. There's a provision to allow for that. And also thinking ahead to a time when the commission, through a grid modernization rulemaking, might determine that cost upgrades might actually provide a system benefit and be incorporated in part or in whole into rates in one way or another. So this particular provision, as you see it here, represents how the utility industry has been doing it for decades. And we do have a provision for looking ahead and possibly changing that underlying cost causation principle.
Okay, thank you. You're quite right. And I forgot that aspect of it, but it just, in isolation, just looking at this in isolation with fresh eyes today or something, it didn't make sense. But of course it does make sense if you're the first person from that feeder line, but it just means you're the first in the queue from the feeder line that is implicated in shared upgrades or the shared cost of upgrades or not.
Yeah, potentially. And utilities are, it has always been a requirement that the utilities have to take in these applications and process them as they come. Nobody jumps ahead in line.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. And you can proceed on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Going down now to section 15, which begins our simplified process. In light of the continuing utility concerns that have been expressed about the safety and reliability of new technologies, the rule provides for 4 levels of technical screens, including a simplified process for the least impactful interconnections, fast track review, and if projects cannot meet a simplified or fast track eligibility, processes for supplemental reviews or a detailed study process. One of the essential changes to the interconnection application review is in replacing a traditional rule of thumb that triggered potentially expensive technical reviews for new applicants seeking interconnection on distribution circuits already experiencing a 15% penetration or aggregate capacity of DER. Instead, commencing after December 31st, 2023, the aggregate export capacity of facilities seeking a simplified review may not exceed 100% of the relevant minimum load normally supplied by the distribution circuit. And that is in B right here. Other screening thresholds are also
Hans?
specified in the provisions describing screens.
Hans?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, Madam Chair, sorry, I should go through the chair.
That's fine.
Um,
Please
on
proceed,
the,
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah. I think that how much support does the change in that initial 15% screen have among the folks who participated in the rulemaking? Is there anybody opposed to that?
Which point?
Commissioner Fishman, that I will, I'll have to refer back to some of the comments regarding that, just to give you appropriate feedback. I will definitely mark that for a full answer for next week for you when I'm reviewing who supported what changes. But I would have to refer back to the comments to give you a full answer on that.
Okay, because for me, that's a pretty critical piece of the rule. I'm sure there's lots of viewpoints on it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, yeah.
During next week, I will be sure to cover that fully.
Right. Madam Chair, if I can just characterize, because this was an important point of discussion throughout this interconnection proceeding, especially when we had the stakeholder engagement, the technical assistance engagement, and largely, it came down to utilities wanted to keep it the way that it was, and the project developers and other interveners saw it as a barrier to interconnection. And I'll just point out that this 15% is what we call a rule of thumb, which means that it doesn't really have a strict technical analysis behind it, except that it is a very conservative approach that has been used in the utility industry for decades. And what we find in states where there is deeper penetration of rooftop solar, for instance, because that's the major kind of DER, is that the circuits can actually handle a much deeper penetration. Now, the problem behind this was that it became the barrier because even though it's just a threshold that was meant to trigger additional analysis, it really kind of like put a stop on people being able to interconnect. And I think that we've done a couple of things in this rule, like adding the changes to the inverter technology that alleviate many of the potential problems by having export controls that alleviate many of the potential problems, that allow greater flexibility in the assessment of when you need to have additional studies. And so that's what this change represents.
Which change?
Going from a 15% to a 100%, 15% of penetration to a 100% of the relevant minimum load, which essentially kind of brings you up to about between 30 and 40% penetration. I mean, that's how those equilibrate.
All right, thank you.
And again, it's not a barrier. It doesn't stop you from doing it. It just means that it's more costly to get the studies done. And that has caused people to essentially withdraw their interconnection applications.
Okay, and so is that relevant? Pardon me, just a minute, Commissioner Fishman, if I could follow up.
Sure.
Does that, the studies to be done, is that does that implicate the clause that says if minimum load data is unavailable? Is that the type of study we're talking about? So therefore that would, if minimum load data would be that which is sought in those studies, would that push the applicant into the 15% requirement then?
Not necessarily. What that particular clause refers to is how do you determine what the relevant minimum load is? And there are a number of ways to do that. You can do it by actually measuring and having sensor equipment on the circuits, which is what some of the utilities say that is necessary, whereas the Interstate Renewable Energy Council and the Renewable Energy Industry Association pointed out that in different states, there are different ways to calculate that minimum load.
Are you describing the hosting capacity analysis? Is that
it's akin to hosting capacity analysis. when we talk about hosting capacity analysis, we're looking at a broad approach of kind of what can all these circuits handle. This is specific to an individual project.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were doing.
That's all right. I think I made my point.
Okay. And also I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Fishman.
So I just wanted to say, I think this is a welcome change that's been put into the rules, certainly consistent with all the reading I've been doing on what's going on. And the 15% is kind of arbitrary and quite frankly, proven to be outmoded. So thank you.
If there's no other questions on that section, I'll continue with my overview. Section 16 here, the fast track process. This portion also would prohibit utilities from imposing arbitrary limits on available interconnection capacity, i.e. limiting new interconnections to projects that are less than 50% of the circuit's rated capacity, without a valid technical reason and explanation that is provided to the applicant in writing. Just going to scroll down to that point here. That is captured in section F. In providing detail about the specific system threshold or limitation, the utility shall provide an estimate of the cost and expected timeline for conducting necessary upgrades to accommodate the interconnection application. This allows for the applicant to decide whether or not to proceed with the project at that location. Scrolling a little bit further down we have the supplemental review, and the detailed study process review, which are the third and fourth processes. The next one I want to touch on is section 19, which, as Arthur alluded to earlier, is the cost sharing. The rule would cites authority under the Grid Modernization Act of 2020, which allows the commission consideration of system benefits provided by needed upgrades that may be eligible for cost sharing. Establishing policies for such cost sharing is currently deferred to a future grid modernization rulemaking, although there is a near-term opportunity for cost sharing of engineering studies by more than one applicant that may be using the same distribution facilities. While maintaining the general principle that interconnection applicants should pay for any upgrades to the utility system that would be required to accommodate the interconnecting facility, the rule would allow the commission to consider on a case-by-case basis whether a particular situation may be eligible for cost sharing, whether among similarly situated applicants or in rates. And I'm going to skip down to section 29. At the recommendation of the utilities, the final rule would also reinstate some safety provisions that previously were excised as no longer necessary in light of the use of export control technologies. Section 29 details safety provisions where a project may be disconnected by the utility if it operates outside of its approved export status or limits the added language or the added language here showing 6 conditions where the utility can disconnect the project. A disconnect switch will also be required for projects, except for projects with a maximum capacity rating of 10 kW or less, with the requirements posted in 29D. Other sections to highlight some.
Hans, can I ask you a question about that too?
Sure.
So I see the disconnect switch does not apply to the 10 kW or less projects. Those are those are the residential and small commercial projects, right? With advanced inverters. So I believe, is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, and so is the purpose of allowing the disconnect switch imply that larger projects will not be using, I mean, they would have to use smart inverters as well. Well, I don't understand the circumstances under which they would still need that kind of switch. And maybe this question goes beyond the scope of your presentation today, the scope of the intended scope, but do you know the answer, or should I ask Art, or should?
If Art wants to elaborate on that right now, I'll yield floor to him.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this was one of the elements that we had excised from the rule, and then the utilities strongly recommended that a provision for disconnection be available to them. Now, this would only be under, kind of like serious system constraints. And the concern of the utilities is, of course, the safety of their personnel. And one of the things about using these advanced inverter technologies is that it allows continued operation even under conditions when you have fluctuations of voltage or frequency. Previously, they all had to shut off, okay? So by using these new inverters, we're allowing equipment to continue operating. And that leaves a concern is that if the utility is sending out an inspector or somebody to identify faults and identify where problems are, that there might be live electricity on the system. Okay. As it would be especially more concerning if it's a larger DER than a smaller DER, right? Because you can control the output from that more easily. I mean, you could actually, at some point, the utility may have control over the actual inverter and be able to shut things off remotely. So we're not at that point yet, right? We're working towards the protocols that could allow that in the future. So this is really a bridge, right? A holdover from the way that things are now that requires disconnection ability to protect the utility workers to a point where they would be able to do this remotely.
Okay. I guess I'll say okay there. I don't quite see the logic of it still. I mean, even under 10 kW, employees could get injured, but they probably wouldn't be as likely to be involved, I suppose. But it's okay. I get it. There's a reason behind it. So that's what we need.
And I'll just say that, we're trying to be especially careful because the biggest concerns and objections that utilities have raised throughout this process is that somehow these changes will affect safety and reliability. Right. And so we make certain concessions to the utilities because they make sense, right, from an engineering point of view.
Okay. I understand. Thank you very much. Let's proceed.
And just a couple of other sections that I wanted to make the commission aware of. The rule would establish new fee structures for interconnection applications and set certain timelines for both utilities and applicants to ensure timely review of projects. The timelines generally allow for flexibility as long as both parties are informed and agree on extensions. So for example, I'm going to scroll back up to section 24C. Applicants may also request a one-time extension of timelines that are set in the rule under section 26. However, failure by applicants to respond to utility requests in a timely manner could result in the application being considered withdrawn. Other additions to the rule include a dispute resolution process under section 27. And a set of reporting requirements so that the commission and the public are kept informed about the status of interconnection requests under section 28. This requirement also provides utilities with the opportunity to describe how the new processes are working and whether there is potential for improvements, so that we can continually keep track on how the rule is doing and provide an opportunity for improvements to be made to the rule. And with that, I will open the floor to the commissioners for any technical questions or review that you might have, and I'll yield the floor to Arthur if he wants to add any additional comments or summary statements.
Thank you, Hans. I just wanted to make a brief statement about how we got here. The commission has been working on this rule revision since February of last year. And as was indicated in the procedural history, we've gone through a lot of iterations of this rule. And what you have before you represents some of the most current ways of dealing with the evolving utility system in the country, right? We owe a great deal of thanks and gratitude both to the utilities who participated throughout this process and kept us honest, but also to the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, who has worked in dozens of states around the country to bring interconnection policies, among other policies, up to meeting the challenges of today. When the rule that exists now was developed in 2006 and approved in 2008, the whole world has changed since then. At that time, there was virtually no penetration of distributed energy resources. And now our utilities in 2021 handled more than almost 13,000 applications for interconnection throughout the state. And that's a drop in the bucket compared to other states like Hawaii or California, but still it's a significant increase for New Mexico. So there was a real crying need to update the system. And the debate when we were talking about is, do we update it to 2013 or do we update it to 2020? And I think that what you have before you that will go into further detail next week is actually looking ahead and dealing with issues that are going to be coming down. So I would say that this is a good 2030 rule because it handles specifically how to incorporate energy storage as a distributed energy resource along with PV, along with if it's wind or other kinds of generation that would attach to the distribution system. So that's really kind of one of the drivers. The other is to make it easier for smaller projects to get interconnection. As Commissioner Hall knows, one of the drivers here was the fact that in PNM territory, there are at least 19 circuits that are now closed to new interconnection, right? And that has caused a lot of concern in the development industry and among customers. While we don't specifically solve or resolve those instances, what this will do is make it easier throughout the utility territory for new development to come in play, right? And there'll still be a very rigorous analysis of the potential impacts of these projects on the utility system. But this gives a real understandable framework. Now, admittedly, it's going to be a lot more work for the utilities, right? The interconnection process can be more complicated for larger projects that may have more impacts, but that's because the whole industry has gotten more complicated, and this really tries to answer those questions in advance. So that's really where we're going with this, and I'll take any other questions at this time, and we'll be available next week as you get into the nitty-gritty to answer any more questions.
So I have a question, Art, and it refers to what you were just saying was a process that of, maybe it had to do with shared costs, but it had to do with what is not a hosting capacity analysis, but it's something similar. And is that the kind of treatment that that can be used in those distribution systems, feeder line areas that are now closed? Is that a way of approaching those areas that are redlined out right now, or is there?
Or, we've had a lot of discussions with PNM about this issue, and those particular circuits are so constrained that the upgrade that's necessary moves from the circuit to the transformer level, right? Which can be a very expensive upgrade, right? And that's a real concern. In other utility territories, the concern is more about whether these distribution resources are going to feed into the system inadvertently or and then feed into the transmission system. We try to address all of those technical issues, understanding that this is a continually evolving technology set of solutions that are available to utilities and to applicants. And so, I'm very thankful that this is a forward-looking rule. PNM called it one of the most advanced interconnection policies in the United States, and they're not sure that our utilities are ready for it. But I think they are. I think that they can handle it.
Thank you for that vote of confidence. That's the right mind. I don't have any further questions. Commissioners, does anybody else have questions for Hans or Art on this review of the rule? I'm not.
Madam Chair, if any commissioner, similar to what Commissioner Fishman indicated today, would really like during the next presentation, would really like me to go in depth on the back and forth of a certain section that particularly is of interest to them, I'll be happy to accommodate. You can obviously reach out to me after the meeting as well to just indicate if there is a certain area that you would really like me to highlight. I'm certainly going to attempt to do my best to cover everything next week, but definitely if there is a certain section that you really want to hear who agreed and who disagreed, I'll be more than happy to accommodate any requests.
Thank you,
Madam Chair?
Hans. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, Hans, did you finish going through the rule that you were going to do, the overview?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Okay, well, commissioners, I haven't heard a question yet from anybody else. Since we're going to be taking this up again next week, I think we can move on from this item. What I would suggest is that it's 12 o'clock. I would suggest we take a 30-minute break for lunch and then reconvene for the executive closed session, which is Roman numeral 12. That's our next item, in which we will hear two items. So we could reconvene and then go into closed session once we reconvene in a half an hour. Is there anybody opposed to that proposal? Apparently not. So I have 12:05 right now. Let's reconvene at 12:35. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russell, are you there?
Hans, were you
Yes.
talking to me? Were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I was going to put Chris on with me, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to send both of you guys in, Anthony. I'm testing to see if Russell is dialed in as well. He was
Okay.
having trouble connecting.
I'm here. Hey, Russell.
Oh no, this is not Russell. This is Chris.
Oh, hey, Chris. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I was going to ask if we could use the share screen too.
Yes, same for me.
In
the breakout room.
Okay, yeah, that'll be a first for me to make sure, since technically I'm not a host in there, but I will do my best to accommodate. I'll probably make you co-hosts before sending you into the breakout room then.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Is when do you have to do that, right?
Exactamunda. So I will do that momentarily here.
Don't forget to include me also.
I wasn't planning on forgetting you, Mike. If it makes you feel better to have me say it out loud, no problem.
I got left out. I got left out last week on Judy's closed session. So.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. Not that I was monitoring.
Monitoring's fine. Monitoring is fine.
Monitoring, yes. Excuse me. Thank you. It shows me as co-host now, and Chris.
Yeah. So hopefully, when I send you into the breakout rooms, you'll have
preserve that status.
Preserve that status. Because I have technically not been into a breakout room to see, but since you are a co-host, you should have screen sharing status at that point, I would hope.
That makes sense.
Oh, hello. We should reconvene. It's 12:37. Do we have everybody here? All the commissioners? I see Fishman, Bird. Oh, Commissioner Maestas, are you here? And Commissioner
I'm here,
Vicente.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here as well?
I'm here.
Okay, great. I think we can reconvene and request that we be moved into another room. Is that how we're going to conduct this closed session?
Madam Chair, I believe we would need a motion to move into executive closed session.
Okay, I'll entertain such a motion. Well, but my question is a technical one. Are you moving us into another virtual room?
Yeah, I will move people into a separate breakout room once we move into closed session.
Okay, great. So I'll entertain a motion for to go to the closed session.
And Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, hi. I think we need to read into the record what we're going into and the basis for going into closed session. Is that correct?
Yes,
Mr.
you're
Smith?
quite right.
Yes, actually, I was going to say that we should specify the two, because we're going into closed session on two cases at once. So it should be clear that we're doing it for both cases.
All right. Okay, so we're reconvening now, and we're at item number Roman numeral 12 on the agenda, the executive closed session. There are two items, number 9 and 10. Number 9 is 21-00158 UT. And the viability, in the matter of an investigation into the viability of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Sky Blue Voluntary Renewable Energy Program, and whether it should be replaced or discontinued. The presenters in that case will be Anthony Maderos and Russell Fisk. And this closed session will be, we will carry this out in closed session pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 10-15-1 H3. deliberations by public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. While we're in that closed session, we will also consider item number 10 in this section of the agenda. That's case number 22-00215 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's request for approval of new resources under 17.9.551 New Mexico Administrative Code to replace 114 megawatts of leased Palo Verde nuclear generating station capacity. Michael Smith and Christopher Ryan will be the presenters, and it'll be a deliberation on a recommended decision concerning the remaining issues. That case also will be taken up in closed session pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 10-15-1, paren H, paren 3, deliberations by public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. These are the only topics that will be taken up in the executive closed session. Mike, do I need to say anything else?
No, I think that's fine. I think you just need to call for a roll call vote. I mean,
All right.
I'm sorry, motions, rather.
I'll entertain a motion for us to go into closed session.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Fishman, second by Commissioner Byrd. Let's take the roll call vote to go into closed session.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0 to go into closed session on the two matters just announced.
Thank you, Michael. So,
Chair.
yes, Mr. Byrd.
No, never mind. I'm all right. Thanks.
Okay. So, we're waiting now, correct? Just to be moved.
This is kind of like Star Trek waiting for the beam
Scotty,
to.
beam me up. Beam us in.
Give me 1 second here. I will be moving people into the breakout room. Just
Beam us up, Scotty.
be careful with hot mics prior to getting into the room.
Luckily, the Klingons are not attacking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's
Hans
keep our
is,
shield up.
Russell, can you identify yourself? Are you phone number 5042?
You must be there already. Actually, I don't see him.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted.
There he
Yes, I am 5042, Hans.
Okay.
Are you sure you're doing it, Hans?
Yeah, I'm checking to make sure I have all the names of who needs to be moved over, since we have two different sessions, two different groups here.
Okay.
Hey, Hans,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Can you, I'm not, I think I need to be admitted back into the breakout room. I had to change a setting on my Mac in order to be able to do the screen sharing. And so I had to exit. So hopefully I'll be able to do it now.
You should you should have an option to. Yeah, it's telling me you are not. Yep, there you go.
Hey, it looks like we're almost, I think we're all here. Let's see, is Commissioner, yeah, we're all here. So
The hearing room is not back in, and I believe Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
I thought I saw her name.
but everything will close in 8 seconds, Madam Chair, so everyone will be kicked back into the main room.
Okay.
Yep, the hearing room is now back online. We should have everyone back in attendance.
Just gonna stare at the beach till we have to go. It's your beach, Mike. I'm staring at your beach.
I know it actually has waves that move and palm fronds that move around too.
I'm completely aware. You're not looking at them, but well, I guess you are. But.
Surf could be bigger though.
I like it this way.
It's a snorkeling beach, not a surfing beach.
Yeah, well.
Where is it? Do you know?
I have no idea. It looks like Hawaii. Someday I'll take a vacation again and
The retired surfer's point of view just does not carry sway.
it's not the North Shore.
Christopher says, I've never seen you with hair before, Mike. That's amazing. Yeah, Mike has hair. I mean, it's amazing that Christopher never saw you with that. I'm here to say, Christopher, he did used to have hair too.
Well,
Jefferson.
it's totally different.
What are you, Commissioner Byrd? I see you pointing. Are you pointing at hair or the screen or what?
Are we ready?
He's pointing that we're online.
Are we ready to go?
Oh, we're in the real meeting now?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. Next time, somebody let us know. All right. All right. We're back in the main hearing room. I need a motion to rejoin the open meeting. Would someone please make a motion?
It would be actually a motion to come out of closed session into open session.
Okay, we need a motion to go out of closed session into open session.
So moved.
Second, anyone? I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Let's take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas. Commissioner Maestas is muted.
Somebody unmute me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd. Also muted currently.
Still muted.
That's an aye.
He said, he indicates aye. But you should be able to unmute, right?
I will go on to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And I'm trying to remember if I skipped anybody. I think that's everybody, correct?
Did you register Commissioner Byrd's vote?
Well, I will assume we have 4. Here we go.
How about now?
Good.
Yes.
Okay, aye.
I didn't want to get into an open meeting act issue of whether a waive is acceptable or not, but we have now a vote of 5-0 to come back.
They would know it's acceptable when you slap them.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. So
Commissioner, we do need to recite that
that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I can find my agenda. Oh, hang on a second. Can you put the agenda on the, oh, here it is. Okay, great. Just need to make so I can read it. Okay, so we are now back in the open session, having left the closed session in which we discussed matters related to case number 21, 00158 UT and 22 00215 UT. And we discussed we were deliberating on the recommended decisions in both those cases, and there were no other matters that we discussed. So we will now move on to Roman numeral 13, communications with Chief of Staff. Let's see, do we have Chief of Staff available? Scroll.
Just a second.
Okay, here we go. Hi, Mr. Probst.
Hello
One
again,
second.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Good. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Just wanted to remind everyone of one thing, and that is that at next Friday's meeting, before the meeting, we are going to have a little brunch breakfast here for the commission. So we'll send out a notice probably mid next week to remind everybody. But that's really all I have today, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Probst. I appreciate it. Moving on, we need
Madam Chair,
communications. Oh, yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I need to heckle Mr. Probst a little bit.
Feel free.
Thank you. So on that breakfast, are you going to notify? We had mentioned last week that some outside folks would be invited. Will you make a notice to them as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks for the reminder because I had forgotten. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then as far as the closure that's coming up of the office, is that going to apply to the hearing room, or will we not be able to hold our hearings?
I think, Madam Chair and Commissioner, yes, I think the hearing room will be closed, unfortunately. And so we'll have to do meetings remotely. It's going to be a lot of stuff coming in and going out. So it's probably not a real safe place to have people in the building at that time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr.
I
Probst.
apologize for
Madam,
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
yeah, so Wayne had sent out the list of legislative priorities. I was, after today's meeting, going to finally get to my yeses and nos on that list.
You're not the Lone Ranger. Me too.
Okay, so
It's
Wayne,
quite a
would
list.
you set a deadline for us, at which point you're going to just say, blank you, commissioners?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Fishman, I'm happy to do that. We'll put it back on next week's agenda and hopefully we can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just haven't gotten to it yet, but will today.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Fishman. Let's see, where were we? Okay. So moving on, communications with General Counsel.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the one thing I just wanted to bring up is that because we are off on a holiday on Friday and the commission meeting has been moved to the 18th, we will not be issuing a agenda on Thursday, not tomorrow, obviously. We will be issuing one on Monday. So I just wanted to let you know about that.
Wait, which Friday are you talking about? This Friday for Veterans Day, right? I thought we were off a half a day. Are we off?
No, we're off for a full day.
Oh, okay. A full day. And so when are we issuing the agenda therefore?
Monday.
Yes, that's enough
Because-
time for the Friday meeting for the
Correct.
18th.
If we were doing a Wednesday meeting, it wouldn't be enough time, but because it's a Friday meeting, we have enough time to comply with the open meeting.
Okay, fine.
Excuse me.
Thank you for reminding, for letting us know. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, commissioners, do we have communications among commissioners?
Other than I love our candidates and thank you for running for office. It is just, boy, I hate running for office. That's why I'm never doing it again. So I admire that you guys can still put up with it. And just thanks for doing it. And I just have to point out that
You're talking about candidates for the commission?
no candidates for public office, period.
Oh, yeah.
But I wanted to point out that the one who had the less favorable result looks hale and hearty, and the guy who won just looks totally wiped out. So it's just an interesting turn of events.
Thank you, Commissioner.
There we are. I'm glad. Well, somebody got a good night's rest. That's why. Oh, well. Yes, I'm proud of
The problem
both
is
of you.
yours now, not mine.
Oh, there's the tired one. But no, I'm proud of both of my colleagues who ran. And it's not whether you win or lose. It's how you play the game, right?
That's such
Somewhat.
a lie.
Somewhat. It's such a lie. Okay. Well, in any case, I really am proud of both of you, and I'm glad I don't have to do it again. But you two have a future, I'm sure.
It is bittersweet. You know, this job that I have, regulation commissioner, is the best job I've ever had.
Agreed.
I'd
feel
be
the same.
happy, perfectly content with a proper 4-year term, but it was just time for me to turn the page. And I look forward to the next chapter. 31st approaches. I'm getting very. So anyway.
Can't quite make you out now. There's some sort of really weird sound, like somebody's letting air out of a tire or something.
Damn
Or is that your-
AirPods. So anyway.
Okay.
Just don't settle any scores in the next audit of the PRC.
Yeah, the PRC better keep its nose clean.
Okay, well, we're not there yet, guys. We got a few more weeks here, so let's just play nice in the meantime. Okay, well, any other commissioner? Oh, wait, we're here at commissioner communications now. Oh, we are already. No commissioner communications beyond what we just had. Okay, we're adjourned.